Kia ora, good morning everybody. It has gone 10 o'clock, so we will get underway. Does anybody know where Councillor Saw is? We know she's in the building, but... Oh, okay. Oh, right, okay. No, that's all right. And we're welcoming Councillor Simon Wolfe online. So I will open with our karakia. Manawa wai te Māori nuku, manawa mai te Māori rangi. He manawa nui, he manawa tahi, he manawa ora e, te whakapau ki a tina, hui e, tā ki e. We will note Councillor Saw's apology for lateness, and there are no other... and Councillor Ponta is... all right, we'll not note Councillor Saw for lateness, she is here. But Councillor Ponta is noted for absence, although he does hope to join us later. Thank you, Councillor Gaylor, and thank you, Councillor Duffy. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against, carried. Public participation. Today we have Nick Ruani, who has come to talk to us about free fares. Is Nick here? Welcome. Oh, he's here online, and you're the support crew, are you? And do you mind just introducing yourselves?
Yes. Kia ora koutou. We are the Free Fares Coalition, so we are a coalition of various organisations across the motu, ranging from trade unions, churches, and of course local and regional councils. My name is Patrick, he, him pronouns, and this is Francie.
Kia ora, and I'm Frances Mountier. Oral history has it that Free Fares NZ exists because in 2021 GWRC members encouraged Wellington climate justice activists that a really necessary thing to do would be to go and encourage central government to provide more funding for public transport. And we have since done that work for 4 years. But we are here today, Nick will speak more to this, but to urge you not to change the cap for total mobility card users. That would create a triple whammy for TMC holders who are going, unless it gets changed, about to experience central government reducing funding, local councils decreasing the cap, and everyone is about to experience increased fuel costs, increased public transport costs, with total mobility cards being part of the public transport system, but users who already pay the most to come to a hui like this, to get to the doctor, to get to school, already pay far more than I would on the bus. We'll hand over to Nick.
Thank you, Patrick and Francis. We look forward to hearing from Nick. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and then there's a further 5 minutes for councillors to ask questions if there are any. Thank you. Over to you, Nick.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you very much, and it's nice to have this opportunity today. I'd just like to start with a brief presentation that goes through some of the points that have been made in other forums. Unlike Super Gold, where the Crown risk is capped, total mobility reimbursements to public transport authorities are based on actual usage. When demand rises, your budget is exposed automatically. So I'm asking this council to formally acknowledge its co-funding role and commit to advocating to central government to absorb that demand growth rather than pushing it back onto ratepayers. Secondly, the changes that are being proposed are not efficiency gains. What they are is rationing measures applied to people who have no other transport options. The Crown has acknowledged that these levers risk undermining access for high need users. Yet, without more funding, they will remain the only levers that council actually has. I'm asking this council to go on the record opposing fare cap reductions and trip caps as cost control measures, and advocate instead for a sustainable Crown baseline funding. Thirdly, as disabled people in well-resourced regions can travel much further before hitting the cap. Someone with identical needs in less resourced areas will face challenges accessing healthcare, work, and community. And we shouldn't go back to a postcode lottery. So I'm asking Council to support the establishment of dedicated central government funding that helps councils meet minimum standards rather than absorbing costs through rates. Fourthly, excuse me. Fourthly, total mobility for total mobility users. This is not a convenience. It is the only way that many can get to the hospital, to a specialist, to their workplace, or to visit their family members. When the scheme fails them, every other government investment in disability support and social inclusion is undermined. I'm asking Council to ensure that any local funding decisions about total mobility are made with full demographic data and with an equity lens applied. Apologies. Councils also have a direct fiscal interest. Adequate central government funding means less pressure on rates, fewer rationing decisions, and fewer politically difficult conversations about cutting services to vulnerable residents. I'm asking this council to formally submit to the Ministry of Transport's Total Mobility Review in support of increasing Crown baseline funding and dedicated council support. Dedicated council support fund and national minimum standards backed by ring-fenced funding for total mobility. Thank you. Both myself and colleagues are open to questions.
Thank you. Patrick and Francie, briefly, do you have anything that you'd like to add to what we've just heard?
Only that the severe price increases we are all living through possibly provide a moment to be even louder on total mobility cards. We, as free fares, do not want to see the cuts from 75% subsidy to 65% that central government are planning. We don't want to see this kind of kit reduction from regional council. We don't want to see any conversation about rationing the number of trips people can make. Transport is a human right. And here perhaps is a moment where there's more oxygen to be vocal that, like everyone, those who rely on TMC need transport through this coming difficult winter, as well as always. Kia ora.
Thank you. Councillors, any questions? Councillor Saw.
Thank you. Great to see all three of you, and thank you for your presentation. Just in case I might have missed it walking in, could you please tell me who some of the member organisations from local government are, just so we can get a flavour, and what would be the benefits of local government agencies or local councils joining a coalition like Free Fares?
So Free Fares has Wellington City Council as a member, has Otago Regional Council as a member, has Horizons. Over the years, a number has LGNZ as a member. So these are entities who've come to their equivalent of this hui and said, we sign up, we support the call, this is Free Fares work, for central government funding to make public transport free for students, under 25s, community service card holders, and total mobility card holders. That latter point is both. Okay, sometimes people with a TMC might be able to use the bus and we want that transport to be free, but it absolutely also we want it to be free if you're using a taxi-based service, a driver-based service. We've been working on that for 4 years, as I say, inspired by GWRC, but this is the moment even deeper than ever where that's the need.
Could I maybe ask that at a later agenda or in a workshop item we can discuss whether we would like to join other councils to discuss whether we want to be part of Free Fares?
Certainly, you've got that note. Thank you. Councillor Johnston.
Sorry, very quick question. Has the Disability Commissioner basically made any comment to your knowledge about this? She's pretty active, I would have thought. And
Nick, can you speak to that?
Yeah, I'm not certain whether there's been any specific comments made about total mobility other than there is a big funding crunch decision coming, and but I can't recall any specific comments being made about this this campaign or other than the fact that there is a big funding crunch decision coming, and it will have detrimental impact on the disability community.
Thank you, Nick. Any further questions from councillors?
Sir?
Tupo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kia ora koutou. Nick, I've known you in the disability sector, and thank you all for your advocacy. Just with the cuts, are you aware whether the Crown or the government have committed to providing funding in any other manner in terms of the suite of support that total mobility users receive?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I know that there has been some announcements in relation to disability support services, and then that's greatly welcome. But this is a specific piece of advocacy around total mobility, and there hasn't been any announcements around any support to, if you like, ameliorate what's going to happen here. I think people really need to understand the history of total mobility. Total mobility goes back to the early 1980s, and it's a long established part of the transport system. Total mobility was established by a grant that was that came out of one of the very early telethons in the 1980s, and that's where it comes from. So it's very, very long established part of our transport system to enable people that are not able to use public transport. That's its history, but it has grown, and you will know that the majority of users now are over 65, and they are your grandparents. So it's part of our transport infrastructure. So yeah, it's a very different service. So to directly address your question, no, there hasn't been any new funding come to meet the anticipated shortfall that we will see.
Kia ora, thank you.
No further questions from councillors? Well, thank you, Nick, Patrick and Francie, for coming in. Obviously, you're aware that this is on the agenda. It's item number 7. You're more than welcome to stay if you wish. It is a difficult conversation for all of us. But thank you for taking the time to come and speak to us. It's greatly appreciated.
Kia ora. Thank you.
I've just been pointed out that we did not do conflict of interest declarations. It's hard to get a good chair these days, isn't it? Does anybody have a conflict that they wish to note? Councillor Makareni.
Yeah, just for item 7.
Thank you. We will note that. Thank you for being good help. Right, okay, moving on to the confirmation of the public minutes for 19 February. Do I have a thank you, Councillor Free, and a seconder somewhere? Thank you, Councillor Duffy. Oh, sorry.
I have a question actually, and I think it's just a word, but on the minutes from the first lot of minutes, apparently we agreed that the fare increase would come into effect as soon as possible prior to 1st of July 2026. But I'm thinking it should have been after. And I just wonder if we could note that that isn't correct, but we could just note a correction.
I think it was prior.
It is prior,
Yes.
but I thought we'd, okay, because I think the fares increase will come into effect from the 1st of July 2026.
It was in the original
Prior.
recommendation when we changed it.
Aaron moved that recommendation that we bring it in as soon as we can.
Yeah, so the minute is
Okay.
correct.
All right. Okay, if it's correct, it's correct.
All right.
I just wanted to question it. Thank you.
So we have Councillor Free and Councillor Duffy as mover and seconder. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Thank you. Public minutes of the 12th of March. Mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Tupou and Councillor James. Any corrections? No. I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. And we are now on to item 6, which is the adoption of the Sustainable Workforce Policy. And I need to advise that we have changes to the attachment which are required for legal reasons, but Mr. Mickelhatton will explain that as he talks through the paper. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, Chair, just also introducing my colleague Bernard Nuns here, who's been looking after the variation aspect. So this report seeks two decisions, approving the Sustainable Workforce Policy and adopting a variation to the Regional Public Transport Plan to include the policy in the current RPTP. In relation to recommendation 6, we note that we have a last-minute change, Chair, as you've noted, to the Sustainable Workforce Policy that we need you to agree to. That change is in the employee terms section of the draft. The current wording is living wage rate. The operator will ensure that all operator employees, other than drivers, and B, all employees of operator contracts, and then there's a series of sort of qualifications in brackets. In each case where those operator and contractor employees provide services to Greater Wellington related to the bus service contract on a continuous supply basis, i.e. they are dedicated employees. The legal advice we have is to remove everything in those brackets and add an extra clause on. So the final wording would be living wage rate. The operator will ensure that all operator employees other than drivers and all employees of operators' contractors are paid an hourly wage rate of no less than the living wage rate. Information about the scope of and exceptions to the living wage obligation is available at, and it'll be a link to our webpage. So as I said, we have been given legal advice that that is a much safer route for us. So other than that amendment, we've workshopped this item, so we'll take the paper as read. The changes in the Sustainable Workforce Policy that we've just talked through doesn't change any of the recommendations or any of the content in the paper. So we'll take it as read and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mickelhatton. Do we have questions from councillors? Councillor Connolly.
My first one's a really basic one. Can we have the changes up on the screen or somewhere so that we can see exactly what we're approving?
They're coming.
Coming. Awesome. My second one is around the changes to the RLTP in relation to buses replacing trains. Can you tell me where that comes from? So
what page are you on, councillor?
It's in attachment 2. And it relates to recommendation 7, adopts the proposed not significant variation to the RLTP as set out in attachment 2 of this report. I guess that wasn't workshopped, and I'm just confused as to where that came from and why there wasn't consultation on that.
Through you, Chair. So this was when we were looking at the potential variations to tidy up some aspects of the current RPTP. There was a recognition that in the last round of development, we simply had not put any substantive information about bus replacing trains and those basic principles. And these are the operating principles that we currently work to, and we thought it would be just more helpful for our passengers, particularly in this sort of period where we've had some sustained bus replacing trains, and it was simply an opportunity to add something in that's already an operational policy, in effect, just to give additional clarification.
A follow-up question, would there be any significant issues with us removing that recommendation from the recommendations in front of us and actually workshopping those principles as a team?
Through you, Chair, all that would do would result in us having to do another variation at a later date. So if that was Council's decision to hold that back, we can remove that. It'll just delay publishing this variation, and then we would have to include these principles in a later variation. But then we would actually have no published information about BRT.
But we currently have no published information about BRT, so it hasn't caused crisis currently. Would you agree that basically all of those principles have caveats on them, such as when feasible, when manageable, when appropriate, and really that doesn't provide much confidence to consumers around those current standards that we are actually believe we can provide?
Through you, Chair, I think this is what we are proposing, so obviously that's what we are proposing to include. So I wouldn't make a judgment on it.
Councillor Saw, yes, sorry.
Thank you. First off, just want to acknowledge the how far we've come by having a sustainable workforce policy from the previous iteration of contracts under PTOM. So just want to take a moment to acknowledge the work that that officers have progressed in this space with our operators and unions, but also as two successive councils who've worked really hard to iron out these things. I think it bodes well for the future. Now for the questions. My first one is about is on the policy limitations, which is on page 23 of Diligent, paragraph 32. Just could you just give me a little bit more explanation around the split shifts, where it's saying a maximum of 4 hours, and I guess in other parts of the report, oh yeah, that's right, and then on the attachment on page 33, there was something about minimizing use of split shifts. So with those 2 points, who determines what is minimal use of split shifts, and how does that 4 hours guidance fit in there?
Kia ora, councillors, and through you, the chair. So, in regards to minimising the split shifts, the intent of that really is linked to 2 parts. There's an acknowledgement within the policy and by Greater Wellington that we have a peaky system. So we have to have more services available for the morning peaks and the afternoon and evening peaks. That obviously flows through to the amount of drivers that we require. One of the things that was identified during this work was that split shifts are part of the network, part of the design, and the timetables that we set as Greater Wellington significantly influence it. So the way that the policy is being structured is that both parties, Greater Wellington through its timetabling, where possible and reasonably practical, will attempt to minimise split shifts through the way it designs its timetables, and operators, in regards to how they do their rostering, their scheduling, will on their side attempt to minimise the split shifts. In regards to the break, this is one of the issues that was raised by the workforce in regards to how long it is between split shift, and basically what was agreed through the tripartite working group, that the break should be a maximum of 4 hours between those 2 split shifts.
Thank you. And I guess that gets into what is considered minimal would be the relationship between Metlink's network design and the rostering. So is that where, like, how do we determine minimal?
Through you, the chair. I'll be upfront here. It's intentionally a little bit ambiguous by using minimal. As we look to address the current challenges that we face as a PTA in regards to costs, escalating costs, decreasing patronage, we have to look at our network and make sure that it's right sized. We went through a period post-COVID where central government provided additional funding to reduce split shifts. The second tranche of that funding didn't proceed following the general election. So we're in a situation where we're still sort of in that post-COVID environment, but increasing pressures financially, and so we need to look at, well, what is affordable? So all endeavours when we're looking at designing the timetables, it's that balance between affordability, aligning capacity with demand, while also taking into consideration what this impact is on the workforce. So we attempt to minimise that impact, but that doesn't mean we can eradicate or eliminate it.
Yeah, cool. Appreciate that answer. And then one was just around a typo, I think, in the draft, but I know you'll probably, I just wanted to ask if it was a typo, which is on page 68 around the decarbonisation of our bus fleet. It says in policy 13B clause 2, electrification of all core bus routes by 2038. Does that need to be 2035? Because I believe we're decarbonising, the aim to decarbonise the whole fleet is 2038.
Through you, the chair, decarbonisation of the core routes, the current target is currently by 2035.
Yes.
It's something that will be coming back to council to discuss because it doesn't align with the zero emission bus transition roadmap that we brought to council last year.
Yes.
But that is a typo. It should be 2035
Cool.
with full decarbonisation by 2038.
Yes, thank you.
Good stuff.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the app's called Diligent, right? So, sorry, and sorry, I've got one more question, which is around paragraph 49 around the operational forum. So, and this is saying that it will discuss workforce-related issues throughout the duration of the contracts. Does that mean that that's essentially the tripartite parties still meeting? Is it still the operators, the unions, and Metlink that are part of that operational forum? And could we please understand a little bit more about what might be on that agenda? Because I have some suggestions.
Through you, the chair. No, the operational forum is part of the governance forum structure of the new future bus contracts. There's three governance forums that sit under that. There's the operational forum, the contract management forum, and then the governance forum. The operational forum, which has representatives of the operator, so these are contract specific, so it's an operational forum for a particular operator, and it's operator representatives on the front line, as well as operational representatives from Greater Wellington. Throughout the future of these contracts, the way we've designed the policy is to enable engagement through something like the tripartite working group, should we need to address issues. So that's something we could reconvene across all of industry, including the unions, but that's not part of the operational forum.
So the tripartite working group continues, or is it now that the contracts have been going out that group is in abeyance? Or
through you, the chair, so the work that they were tasked to do, they've completed, so it's now disbanded. If there was an issue that came up, then where there would be an opportunity to reform it to address a particular issue, if it arose that we needed to bring all of the different sort of operators, the unions, NZTA together to have that sort of conversation.
So where would be the appropriate forum in those three groups that you've mentioned, the operational, the governance, and the other one? Where would that be an appropriate time to socialise our accessibility charter and plan and some of the actions and activities we have under that?
Through you, the chair. So our new future bus contract spells that out quite clearly to operators in regards to what the obligations and our expectations are around that. If it was, say, something to do around accessibility training for drivers, then it would probably come up in the operations forum initially. And it might come up into the contract management forum if it needed to. But generally, we've been quite specific in this future bus contract to really sort of map that out for operators and for suppliers in the market, so they understand that.
So in that, so in those groups, there's no worker representation or union involvement
Through
for
you,
those.
through the chair, not in the operational or the governance forums. They're particularly for the operator in Greater Wellington around the management of the contract, managing the performance of the operator.
So whereas we, as Greater Wellington and Metlink, where are we able to socialise and communicate to the workers our accessibility plan? Because as frontline workers, they'll be the ones who are probably having to deliver and interact with those changes and that progress.
Yep. Through the chair, you would use the operational forum to have that conversation with the operator in regards to, look, we want to have a discussion with the workforce in regards to the charter or around specific accessibility training. That would be more around negotiating with the operator around access to its people to come in and set up discussions or training opportunities. The actual engagement with the workforce wouldn't be part of that forum. It would be more a direct engagement by our people with the workforce through an agreed training process.
Okay. Thank you for those answers. I'll figure out where to.
Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. Are you able to outline, and you may say it's an operation problem, but I'm really interested in driver safety and public safety. We've got an increasingly stressed community out there, and you never know what's going to happen in a month or two either, or next week, to be quite honest. How are we actually monitoring that public safety? What level of training are you expecting of the providers for the drivers to actually stay safe? And what systems do they have in place to escalate on all buses? Because I know not all buses have the same level of communication.
Through the chair, I'm actually going to kick this one across to my right to Paul Tafado, who's head of network operations, to answer. I think he's best placed to answer that.
So, through you, the chair, all drivers go through de-escalation training. So if we're talking about public safety, and every bus also has an emergency call button on it. They're very rarely used, and all drivers have mobile phones and probably use that more as a way of communicating back to their control centre.
And how are you monitoring it?
Well, we get in our monthly reporting, we get how many times these buttons have been pressed. So if that was escalated, we'd be talking to them about it, but they are very rarely used.
Councillor Elder.
I'm just looking at paragraph 59, the financial implications. It's pretty vague. What is the quantified cost impact of this policy on contracts?
Through you, the chair. It is vague in regards to the main financial impacts are obviously around things around driver wage, NZTA minimum driver wage, which is already built into the calculations, and then the implementation of the living wage, which has already been factored in. So council's already adopted the living wage, and that's already been factored into the costs. So the additional requirements, we don't anticipate there to be any significant cost increase. And we're releasing this intentionally at the time that we're going out to market. So this policy is only for the future bus contracts, not for current bus contracts. And that goes out to the market with that competitive tension. And so we're not anticipating any significant cost increases in relation to the policy. We have, however, given a protection to operators. Because we are releasing this as a policy under the Regional Public Transport Plan, it means that council can, at its sole discretion, having met all of its obligations under the LGA and LTMA in regards to considering the impacts, can actually make a change to this policy without a contract variation. So we've built into the contract a mechanism where if we were to do that change and there was a financial impact to the operators, then it would be a compensatable change. They would be able to claim that additional cost. but council would be informed of any cost impacts on any future changes that it was making. So that also gives council the ability to balance that off and see whether it's affordable or not.
So is that like to have any impact on tender pricing and competition then for the contracts themselves?
No, we've developed, through the chair, sorry. No, we've developed this in consultation with the industry. We originally took to the tripartite working group a list of requests from Tramways Union, and weren't able to get consensus agreement around that. And one of the reasons we weren't able to get consensus agreement was some pushback from operators around the cost impacts, and that it would drive costs up and significantly limit their ability to be able to manage their businesses effectively and in a cost efficient manner. And that's where we sort of came up with the idea around actually developing a policy as opposed to taking a stronger view.
Any further questions? Sorry, is that Councillor Free? Sorry. Councillor Duffy.
I just had a look at the other RTP amendments and saw something about a new subsection on bus replacing trains principles. I assume that's going to be a brand new section because I looked on pages 31 to 32 and couldn't see anything about it at the minute.
Yes.
Maybe I'm looking in the wrong place.
Through you, the chair. Yes. So it's quite a small little subsection under chapter 7, I believe, network design principles.
It's a different
some
page.
bus replacing.
Okay, different page numbers.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Duffy.
Thank you. Morena koutou. Just a signal to you, Chair, intention to move an amendment around the bus replacing trains principles. But my question relates to paragraph 57C. One of the minor changes to the RPTP is shifting the estimated time frame for real-time information 2.0 project from the end of this last year to completion end of 2027. 3 questions. One is our website, Metlink's website, still says it was completed last year at the end of December 2025. So how does this relate? 2, what happened to delay the project by 2 years? And 3, have we had this come to Transport Committee or been discussed in a workshop to understand why a major investment project of our long-term plan has been delayed by 2 years? Through you, Chair. Councillor, we take note of the comments you've made. I don't have those answers. Apologies. We could come back to you on that one unless Paul, as acting GM, wants to.
Fiona, are you able to pick that up? Fiona Abbott?
Sorry, could you repeat the question, please?
The delay in RTI 2.0.
What's causing it, or?
Yeah, that's the question that's been asked.
Okay, yes. It's actually the performance of our contract to NEC, and specifically in respect of the software development. So we are looking to potentially change our approach to RTI and its delivery.
Councillor Duffy, would you like a deeper answer to that question, or is that sufficient?
Well, I guess my other question was, given that situation, which happens sometimes, look at the NTS. It's interesting that this has just popped up in this forum and that it hasn't come to Public Transport Committee, where we would usually expect to receive information on progress on major capital projects like that, including delays of 2 years, and actually understand that fully, just to have it plonked into our governance RVTP. So my question is, why is this coming to light and buried in the depths of minor changes to a governance policy? But if
I can answer, so I can answer for the timing, that decisions and a change of approach has only just been determined at this point, and what we're doing and the way forward is subject to some quite tricky commercial negotiations. So perhaps we could take an action.
Perhaps, Nigel, in light of the conversation we had earlier about papers and agendas and things, that this could be part of that follow-up around involving.
Yeah, and we can certainly come back with more information on this item as well. So we'll take a note of that, and also the broader conversation around agenda papers, we'll take note of that as well.
Excuse me.
And similarly, the BRT, which just appeared in this paper.
Which might be subject to amendment.
Yes. Okay, are there any further questions? If not, Councillor Duffy has signalled that he wishes to move an amendment with regards to item 3B. Is that correct? Over to you.
Thank you. So I can sort of speak in debate, can't I, to explain my amendment?
Yes, absolutely.
So I guess big picture, the primary chunk of this paper is about the tripartite arrangements, and hats off to staff for the great work on that, and I'm very comfortable there. My amendment and queries are really around those not significant changes, additional changes. The RTI one sounds like a delay that just is, and my question is more with why is this a surprise rather than, I mean, if it is delayed, we probably should reflect it. But my amendment relates to, I propose to remove all the words from and in 3B. So it just says updating network design principles, removing and adding the bus replacing train BRT policy to reflect current practice. And my reasoning is this is the first time I have seen these operational principles, and I do not think it is appropriate for operational principles drafted by Metlink that have not come to a governance forum to simply be plonked into our premier governance document for public transport without them being discussed. I have problems with them. I have things that are missing from them, and I don't think this meeting is the forum to go into the wordsmithing a set of principles that should be brought to Public Transport Committee and worked through, or a workshop or something, before it is plonked in. So my amendment is simply just remove that BRT policy. I agree with the rationale of actually including it. We should have BRT principles in the RPTP, but we need to do that properly.
Thank you, Councillor Duffy, and I presume, Councillor Connolly, you are seconding that.
Yes, happy to second it. Do we need to also remove recommendation 7?
Yes, I imagine. Councillor Duffy, you wish to remove recommendation 7?
Well, we still need a form of recommendation 7 in order to adopt the non-significant variations, just minus the one I'm removing.
All right,
right, okay.
I don't know how that works.
Referred to.
All right, so we're onto our onto the amendment, which we need to put first. So, Councillor Connolly, do you wish to say anything further?
Yeah, I will just echo what Councillor Duffy said, in that the main bulk of this report is around the sustainable workforce policy, and that has been, I think, a groundbreaking piece of work, and so I really commend the staff for the work they've done on this. Although you might argue that it's a little bit early to be congratulating ourselves yet, because it hasn't even gone, the bus procurement hasn't gone to tender yet. But I think those that were around the table the last time we did bus procurement can attest to the fact that this has taken a very different approach to bus procurement, and one of the key things that we have de-risked has been the workforce elements that weren't really considered in the same depth the previous time. So I think this has been a really great piece of work, and I guess I'm interested to see, as Councillor Saw said, how we can use the tripartite working group to continue to discuss issues such as accessibility or staff safety, how we can take this group that we formed and use it for wider purposes now it's up and running. So that's my bouquet. My brickbat is very similar to Councillor Duffy's. Given that this is a momentous piece of work and a really great one, it's disappointing that it's also being used to forward some things that we haven't discussed properly. As everyone knows, bus replacing trains has been something that I have been donkey deep in since I became chair of the Transport Committee, and have been working with the team on developing customer service metrics that we can actually put in place to measure the performance of our BRT and assess changes over time. And so it is disappointing that this kind of just appears out of nowhere when I have been working on it and working with the team. And likewise, the other changes, the news around the real-time information, sort of unfortunate that those have been slipped in here and thus have taken away the focus from the real successes in here. So with the changes that Councillor Duthie has put forward, I very much support this. And once again, thanks to the team for working on the workforce sustainability policy.
Thank you, Councillor Connolly. If there's no further councillors wish to speak to the amendment, I will put it. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Thank you. So our recommendations now are minus 3B. Do I have a mover and a seconder for the remaining recommendations? Thank you, Councillor Saw. Thank you, Councillor Duthie. Councillor Saw, do you wish to speak? No. Councillor Duthie? No. Councillor Tupou, and then Councillor Free.
Just to thank the chair, the key committee members on this, and our officers as well. You know, it reminds me of Sir Richard Branson. He says, if we take care of our employees, they take care of the customers. So, you know, this whole sense of the mana, the dignity. And this was one of the things that I was proud of as a Wellingtonian. Well, I'm actually a Wainuiu Martian, but someone of the wider region, you know, when the council took that stance some time ago in terms of the living wage movement and us becoming a living wage region. So I just want to mihi to you all. Kia ora.
Kia ora, thank you, Councillor Tupou. Councillor Free.
Yes, I'm just looking again at item 7 and wondering if I could propose a very minor adjustment to it, which would just say that we adopt the variation, comma, with the exception of the matters pertaining to the bus replacing train section. I'm happy to move that as a formal amendment if there's someone to second it. I just want it to be clear.
Thank you, Councillor Free. Sorry.
And apart from that, I'm really happy to be voting in favour of this. Thank you for all the work that's been done.
Do we have a seconder for that change? We don't need a mover and a seconder. We can make that minor change. Sure. Yes. Does anybody? Councillor Duthie? Yeah. Does anybody else wish to speak? No. So, excuse me. I will put the motion with the recommendations. Sorry. Oh.
Through you, Chair, could I recommend that we have a recommendation to give the Chair some sign-off, because we'll have to get a new mock of the variation through for that to be signed off with the removed sections in it.
Right. So
it's just a process thing, but it would be quite useful to have that Chair sign-off recommendation.
So we need a number 10 that authorises Council Chair to sign minor, editorial amendments.
In line with the
editorial changes.
In line with the resolution.
Everybody's comfortable with that? All right. I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you very much. So we're on to item 7.
So, Councillor Macarini has a conflict.
Councillor Macarini has a conflict and so is leaving the table. She's not deserting us.
Kia ora, councillors. This report seeks decision on the Te Hunga Whaikaha Total Mobility Maximum Fare Subsidy amount. The government announced changes in December 2025 to total mobility funding settings to ensure the continued financial viability of the scheme. The government has announced a set of national changes that include reducing the fare subsidy from 75% to 65% from 1st of July 2026, and to work with public transport authorities to lower fare caps and maximum subsidy amounts by approximately 10%. This is the decision for Council today. The government has announced that savings achieved through the announced changes are to be channelled back into the total mobility scheme to reduce local government shortfalls. For Greater Wellington, this could be up to $1.2 million. There have been no updates since the report was written, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Councillor James.
Morena, Korua. Just a question around numbers. We love numbers. So just want to make sure we're on the same page. 16,000 team users, Greater Wellington region. Total number of trips taken annually around 2.5 million. The reduction in the subsidy from 75 to 65 reduces trips by 48k per annum. Is that correct?
Yes, so it's over 400,000 trips per annum, roughly. We've seen about a 20% increase in total mobility usage year on year. And the decision that Council makes today regarding the maximum subsidy amount is expected to reduce trips by around 10%.
So in the workshop, we were told that the cap amount would reduce trips by about 1,000 trips per annum if we reduce the cap. But you're saying that is actually 10%, which is...
So through you, the Chair, that there's actually two decisions as we discussed. One of them has been made by Council, the other one's obviously been made by central government. The central government decision to reduce the subsidy level from 75% to 65%, that's what will reduce the total number of trips by 10%. The fare cap decision will not impact that many customers. I think it's in the order of 5% at the moment. 5%. I'll pass the ball.
I think it's 2%.
Yeah, so in the workshop that we had, we were told maybe 1,000 trips per year would be avoided because of the fare cap thing, and the subsidy from 75 to 65 was about 48,000. But you're saying it's actually the cumulative effect will be a reduction in 10% of trips, which is actually 250,000. Is that correct?
No, because the total number of total mobility trips per annum is 400,000, is that correct?
Oh, total of 400,000.
It's 400,000, okay. Yeah, so that is correct. So we're looking at about a 10% as the cumulative impact of both the policy changes.
Okay.
Councillor Connolly.
Sorry, I want to drill into the numbers as well. So on at paragraph 33, there's a table which has both the percentage of trips currently reaching the fare cap and the percentage of trips above, those numbers don't seem to equate to what you've just told us. It could be to do with the averaging out, but it doesn't seem, those numbers are quite high on here, including, quite a high number, particularly in Lower Hutt, of trips currently reaching the fare cap.
Through the Chair, so that regional breakdown was included following the workshop on 12th March. There have been some sort of methodological assumptions made to pull that data. So for taxi operators who don't operate within a set geographical area, those regions are wider and broader. So it's indicative only.
As Councillor Duthie did on the last item, I would like to foreshadow that I have a amendment to the total mobility recommendations.
Thank you, Councillor Connolly. Any further questions from councillors? Councillor James?
Sure, just more questions about numbers. Fantastic. So just coming to the amount that NZTA have said that they're looking to perhaps reimburse us by the 1.2 million. So just so I understand this correctly, if we do not lower the fare caps, they've said you're not going to get that, or are they saying you'll only get a partial amount proportional?
Through you, the chair, a good question. So we've specifically asked that exact question to NZTA, and at the moment they have a pool of money on a national level, and they said the allocation of that pool of money will be directly related to whether the councils decide to change their fare caps or not. So the indications will be that we will have our allocation reduced. Whether it's totally reduced to zero, we do not know, but the money at risk is 1.2 million.
Councillor Johnston.
Yeah, just given the current situation and that this is actually our most vulnerable community, is there any way that we could delay the decision or put pressure on the government through, and I asked the question before about the Disability Commissioner and the Human Rights Commissioner, because it seems to me that we're going to further disadvantage some of our most vulnerable people. And I don't think that we know what the future is, but it could be actually dire. They don't have the choices that fully able people have. And I think we should think really carefully about that.
Through you, the chair, I think this is it's a really difficult decision, particularly from our perspective. That's a lot of money that potentially we could reuse to somehow support our community. So there's sort of $1.2 million being offered that we could potentially use to support those groups in different ways. So that's something that we've talked about and considered. But it's also important to provide a bit of context. The current scheme was put in place about 3 years ago, which essentially halved the price of total mobility. It was 50% government subsidised, or local and central government subsidised, and it went to a subsidy of 75%. And it was that level of subsidy that obviously set off quite high levels of demand. But the changes that have been proposed in front of council today will not take any individual total mobility customer back beyond that original subsidy level that we saw 3 years ago. In fact, every single travel of every single distance will still be cheaper than it was 3 years ago. However, we're very conscious around the current political dynamics and cost of travel, and that the cost of that taxi travel is likely to go up. But essentially, this council decision will add a absolute maximum of $10 on a journey, and no more. So it's not a sort of, if you do a $200 trip, the impact of this decision will only ever be $10. So it's a difficult one to trade off, but in context, it's still cheaper than it was 3 years ago. Yeah.
If there's no further questions from councillors, I'd just like some clarification, please. So obviously, number one, we don't have any choice over. The government are lowering their subsidy. With regards to number two, what I'm thinking about what's in the paper, etc., etc. I think it was there was a note there: 96% of our customers will not be affected by this. Is that with paragraph 30? And if we didn't lower the cap, so we said no, government go and play in the traffic, we're leaving ours up to 80. We'll just say they don't cut our money. Would they only give us subsidy up to 70? And so we then would have to find the extra $10. And if we do that, we are risking potentially losing $1.2 million that we could use somewhere else in the total mobility scheme, whether in some way or another. Is that, could I just make sure I'm thinking that's correct?
Might make a start. It's a very good question. Like there's a very small amount of savings which is shared between parties on setting the cap level. And I think we determined that to be about $150,000. So that's essentially the money that the total mobility customers will now need to pay. The entirety of all total mobility customers, due to this policy change, so about $150,000 is the total revenue saved from reducing the cap. The potential loss, as you've identified, Chair, is $1.2 million is the subsidy that we've been provided from NZTA. So while we're not very happy about the $150,000 that's now going back on the total mobility users instead of being subsidised, it's relatively small in comparison to the subsidy that's being rebated by the NZTA. And the reason for that is because the biggest impact is not the fare cap that we're talking about today. The biggest impact is actually the reduction of the overall subsidy from 75% to 65%, because that impacts everybody, whereas the fare cap only impacts long distance journeys.
Thank you. Do we have any further questions? I know this is a difficult one, councillors, especially when we have presentations from people who are affected, and it always makes it difficult. If there's no further questions, what we're being asked to do is note the fare subsidy will reduce and agree to reducing our fare cap, which is the hard one. I beg your pardon, Councillor Connolly, you wish to move an amendment?
Yes, so just what we've talked about here today, the fact that our possible loss is in the order of $1.2 million if we don't go ahead, but we could use that money for to assist total mobility users. In fact, we know that there are many issues with the total mobility service, such as a lack of wheelchair-enabled vehicles that don't even pick up. So trying to get a vehicle is almost impossible if you're in certain circumstances. So my recommendations, and I think DEM services have them already, are that we note concerns around the affordability of longer total mobility journeys, just to highlight the fact that yes, these are our most vulnerable consumers and they have limited options, but also then essentially go ahead but request that officers investigate opportunities to reinvest savings that will deliver outcomes of increased service affordability, quality, capacity and coverage of total mobility, so such as incentivising the purchase of more wheelchair-enabled vehicles or assisting drivers to register with the total mobility service, so helping provide a better total mobility service and not just taking the $1.2 million and saying thank you very much NZTA, but actually using it for our total mobility customers.
Thank you, Councillor Connolly. Now we need a mover and a seconder for the original... Sorry, Councillor Free?
I'm just wondering if we could seek some advice on the cost implications or their capability for doing
we still need a mover and a seconder for our first, for the noting and agreeing. Thank you, Councillor Duthie. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Johnston. Sarah, Councillor Free, you would like some advice?
Yes, I guess I would like to seek some advice from our CEO as to, whether we have the capability and our staff with all the other things that are going on to effectively carry out number 4.
I'll answer then, I'll defer to the team, but yes, I would think so. What we hear is a request around investigating how we might reinvest those savings. That would be something that the team would be thinking about anyway, I would have thought, and that recommendation simply codifies a piece of work we'd already be doing. I think we can't predetermine the outcome of that work, but certainly being able to do the work is something we could comfortably absorb, I would have thought.
Thank you.
Right, Councillor Connolly, you wish to move your amendment as on the screen?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? I've got lots of seconders. Councillor James, your hand was a nanosecond up before Councillor Tupou and Councillor Duthie. Councillor Connolly, you have spoken. Do you wish to have anything to add?
Just to say that this was an incredibly difficult decision, and the reason I came up with these recommendations was to make it a little bit more palatable. I do feel like to a certain extent we are selling out our most vulnerable consumers, but at the same time we have governance responsibilities for the whole of the public transport network, and we could really use some additional money at the moment to shore up the public transport network, and it's in a pretty tenuous state in terms of our finances, and we need to be thinking about the governance of the whole system as well as just our total mobility users. So from a governance perspective, I support the recommendations, but feel like we can soften the blow for total mobility users by trying to improve the total mobility system, whilst at the same time benefiting from the government's deal, and recognising the fact that, as the team has said, actually it's the government's lessening of the percentage of reimbursement that has the bigger effect rather than the fare cap, and we have no choice over that first decision. So these are the recommendations that I'm suggesting as a halfway house that respects and hopefully improves the service for our total mobility users, whilst at the same time doing the best from a governance perspective for our public transport network.
Thank you, Councillor Connolly. Councillor James.
Thank you. Just want to acknowledge Councillor Connolly and a couple of the staff who brought this together. As she said, it is a halfway house, a salve on the burn that the government has delivered to us. I remain extremely angry with the government. They didn't do this as part of the total mobility review. They just sort of went, unilaterally, okay, we need to save some money. Cool, it's going to come out of the backs of the most vulnerable, which I just think is a shit thing to do.
That's a technical term, isn't it?
Sorry, I should have borrowed a euphemism from you, Madam Chair. You're very good at them, after all. Just thinking about the realities of what the reduction in the subsidy will do is just 48,000 fewer trips from people who need to take these trips, who don't have other options, who actually, it just makes me very angry. And it makes me really angry that they have essentially bribed us at a time where they're forcing pressures on all different PTAs in order to try and smooth this over. So, yes, I 100% support the amendment and just wanted to register my general grumpiness with the situation we've been bounced into.
Thank you, Councillor James. Councillor Saul.
We're in debate now, aren't we?
Yes,
Great.
No questions.
No, that was the only question I had. I just wanted to say that I will be reluctantly supporting these recommendations, but just want to thank Councillor Connolly for making this bitter pill slightly easier to swallow. I guess I just want to appeal to all of us as an organisation, as governors and also as staff, that if this is something that we are reluctantly having to put in place, then we have many other actions and work streams that can compensate for this. So just reiterating Councillor Connolly's point around we can try to do the best that we can. So again, those questions about the accessibility charter and things, there are areas we can show our commitment to our most vulnerable, even though our hands are tied with this. So I just wanted to put that out there to all of us as a wero and as a responsibility, both a challenge and a responsibility to us to do the best we can in our other streams of work.
Thank you, Councillor Saw. Any other? Councillor Fred? No, just that's chewing the pen. Yeah. I would just like to not just agree with what my fellow councillors have said, but I find it really difficult when we have people who have been described as not having choices. I distinctly remember in one of our public transport hearings a blind woman coming to talk to us and explaining what she had to go through to go and have coffee with a friend and what it cost her. And so consequently, for her to go and have coffee with a friend, something that we would just do without a thought, she had to budget and slot into a 2-week budget. And often it was not possible because of the fact that she couldn't use public transport. And it stuck with me. I don't think I'll ever forget it. So I'd just like to praise my fellow councillors for the humanitarian outlook that we have on this. It's not easy, but there is a wider governance issue with public transport that we have to take into account. So, these decisions they're not the biggest costing decisions that we have to make when you look at the bus contracts, etc., in front of us, but we're talking about people's lives, so it's always difficult. So I will put the recommendations as they stand on the screen. All those in favour say aye. 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 Against? Carried. Thank you. Right. Mana whakahono. Sorry, have I missed one? Oh, nomination. Sorry. I crossed it off, getting ahead of myself here. Mr. Troy, the
Thank
one
you, Chair.
and only almost human.
Through the chair, this is hopefully a simple paper. It's essentially seeking nomination of up to 3 councillors to be part of a WCC hearing panel. This is for the 2 joint projects that we have with Wellington City Council, which is the Harbour Quays Bus Corridor and the Route 2 Eastern Bus Corridor. And the hearing relates to the traffic resolution process that Wellington City as the road controlling authority control. But the opportunity for GW councillors to sit on this reflects the fact that other issues, including issues around the PT services themselves, are likely to come up in the discussion. And one update since the paper was drafted is that both WCC chairs of the relevant committees have agreed to invite the GW councillors to be on them. So it's really just a case now of agreeing the names of your 3 people, or up to 3 people.
Thank you, Councillor Troy. Now I understand there's been discussions amongst you going on behind closed doors as such. Councillor Saw, you're waving your finger at me. Do you wish
Once
to?
I'm going to try and speed things along and say that I'd like to nominate Councillor Free as one of the nominees.
Councillor Duffy.
Question.
Yes.
Question. So the 3 Greater Wellington councillors who participate in this hearings process, they're not formal decision makers and don't have voting rights. What are the expectations from our council for them to come back and inform us what they heard to then inform our decision? How does that, what do we expect?
So the hearing itself, we'll be hearing from submitters essentially focused on the traffic resolutions process. So that's not a decision for this council, it is a decision of the Wellington City Council. So the role of the GW councillors is just to provide the context around, you know, the PT services and other public transport matters that might be relevant to the Wellington City Council making that decision. The decision that this council will make is related to the business case for those projects, which we'll be making later in the year, not the traffic resolutions.
But what our councillors learn from sitting on those hearings will be part of the contextual useful picture for that approval of the business case?
Yeah, absolutely. So in context from the hearings, obviously you can feed back into that business case process when that comes to council.
And do you envisage there'll be a workshop on that topic before a business case comes to council for approval?
Yes, there's actually a joint briefing of the 2 councils, I think, which is scheduled, which is the opportunity to take both councils through that project, including some elements of the business case. So that is already in the diaries, I think, or about to be put in the diaries.
Thank you. Do we have councillors that would like to do this job? Councillor Free.
This isn't me liking to do this job. This is nominating my deputy, Councillor James.
Councillor Free, Councillor James, Councillor Tupou, you've put your hand up.
No, I was just going to nominate Councillor Staples.
I am going to decline that, Councillor Tupou. I'd have to do it between 2 and 3 a.m. next Friday.
In that case, Councillor Gaylor.
Councillor Gaylor, are you all right? Now this is a bit messy, but who we have is Councillor Free, Councillor James, and Councillor Gaylor. Is there anybody else that is desperately wanting to do this job? No. Councillor Elder, no. All right. So if council is comfortable with that, we'll put those 3 names into item 5, number 5. Thank you, Mr. Troy. Yes, a question
Sorry,
about the
can
dates?
I just check about what are the dates of the actual hearings?
Luke 30th, 1st and 2nd, June, 30 June, 1 July, 2 July, but the actual submitters haven't been.
So I'm not available.
Okay.
Right, okay. So given that Councillor Gaylor is not available, excuse me, is somebody else willing to do the job? Well, it's up to 3. We could run with 2, but it possibly would be good to have somebody indicate that they're We could.
Would you like me to put my name forward?
Could you perhaps be a reserve?
Yeah.
I guess it would be good to have someone outside of the metropolitan area. So we've got Councillor Free and Councillor James who are in the Wellington and the Pōneke constituency. So I would appeal strongly to my colleagues who are outside of the metropolitan Wellington area to consider this. I think the important
Connolly,
perspective.
We'll gratefully receive your reticence. Thank you. So we have Councillor Free, Councillor James and Councillor Connolly. Do I have a mover and a seconder, please? Thank you, Councillor Johnston. Thank you, Councillor Tupou. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. On to item 9. Yes. Anna and Carl. Welcome.
Morena ngā mihi, Madam Chair. In the absence of Te Whiwhirangi Skipper, who is the subject matter expert supporting this kaupapa, I have Carl Chenery, one of our principal advisors in Tunga Whiriwhiri, alongside to support answering any questions that you might have. Well, morena koutou. This report speaks to Council's direction on how Greater Wellington responds to formal invitations from mana whenua to commence mana whakahono arohe. We have received 2 so far, Ngā Hapu o Otaki and Te Atiawa ki Whakarongotai. At its core, this paper asks how we continue to partner with mana whenua in ways that upholds mana, enables rangatiratanga and are fit for the future. Mana whakahono arohe are statutory partnership arrangements under the Resource Management Act. They provide a clear, agreed framework for how councils and mana whenua work in partnership on resource management matters. It's important to be clear about this work, what this work is and what it's not. It's not about replacing existing relationships or agreements. This work is about preserving what's already in place. Existing agreements, plans, activities and commitments as the resource management system transitions to the new legislation. Mana whakahono arohe provides a statutory mechanism to formalise and protect these existing arrangements, ensuring they endure through legislative and system change. The RMA is clear about how this process proceeds. Part 5, Section 58 sets out the scope and process for mana whakahono arohe negotiations, requiring Greater Wellington and mana whenua to work in partnership. This is not a blank slate exercise. It's actually about recognising what already exists and agreeing in partnership how it's carried forward and strengthened. The interim mana whakahono arohe agreement is proposed as the first next step. The purpose of an interim agreement is to preserve all current agreements, activities and plans already in place and provide continuity and certainty during the transition to the new planning system. The interim agreement is not the final outcome though. Rather, it creates a stable foundation so that the remaining time can be spent in partnership with mana whenua, working through what else might be included, what existing arrangements could and should be enhanced or strengthened over time. These invocations came at a time of significant reform to the resource management system, and mana whenua are seeking clarity and certainty about how they will participate in planning and decision-making as legislation evolves. So by progressing mana whakahono arohe now under Section 58.0 of the RMA, Council can establish the strong statutory foundation that reinforces our relationship with Māori and their whenua, the role of kaitiakitanga and the importance of giving effect to Te Tiriti o Waitangi. Section 58M makes clear these arrangements are intended to help councils meet their statutory duties in a meaningful and enduring way. It's important to be clear that no mana whakahono arohe agreement is being approved today. A receipt of these invitations have triggered the statutory obligation to engage in good faith. What is sought today is governance oversight delegation, and so council can lawfully and efficiently engage in this process. So we'll take the paper as being read, and through the chair we can respond to any questions you might have. Kia ora.
Kia ora, thank you. Excuse me, frog in my throat today. Questions from councillors? None, by the looks of it. All answered in the paper. Last orders? No, there are no questions. So therefore we have the recommendations, 141 of diligent, 3 noting and 3 noting, and then we're agreeing to amend the terms of reference. We're overseeing engagement with mana whenua. We're overseeing the development of, keep moving these things, mana whakahono, and we're recommending proposed mana whakahono rohi agreements to council, so nothing will be done without coming back to council, and we're delegating for maka whanahohi rohi to each of the chief executive and tipo whakarei after consultation with Titariti committee chairs and co-chairs. So,
sorry, I do have a question.
Yes.
It's quite short. When does the clock start ticking? Does it start ticking after this decision or later?
Once we received the initiation, so the invitations from mana whenua, the clock starts ticking from there.
Okay. Will that be received at a council meeting, or is it when we actually receive it, i.e. you get the email?
You receive the email. Yeah, so the clock has started with both the 2 that were received from Ngā Hapu and Te Atiawa.
All right. So do I have a mover and a seconder, please? Thank you, Councillor Saw and Councillor Connolly. Do either of you wish to speak? Thank you, officers. Not for Councillor Saw. Councillor Connolly? Unusually quiet. All right. Councillor Duffy.
I'd like to suggest an amendment actually to recommendation 3, that rather than noting the invitations, we actually change that to receives the invitations. If that's tika.
I guess strictly by law we have already received them, according to the RMA.
Sorry, I must have misinterpreted the answer to the earlier question. Okay, so they're already received. We're noting they're received. Very
yes,
good.
Noting they're
received from.
And they've been acknowledged by Darren and I.
I withdraw whatever I was saying.
Okay, all right. If there are no further councillors who wish to speak, I will put the recommendations. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against, carried. Item 10, mana whenua representation. Welcome, Brett.
Kia ora. Kia ora, councillors. I'm here to present a paper on the representation of mana whenua on the Titiriti Committee. This follows on from the Titiriti Committee meeting on the 24th of March, where this was discussed. The committee made the recommendation that we alter the terms of reference to include mana whenua in a 666 model, and that we look at co-chairs for the committee, but also noting that the work, the structure around how that will come through to council will be included in the paper that's proposed to come through on the 24th of May. Sorry. I do know what I'm talking about, honest. Yeah, I'll take the paper as read and answer any questions.
Thank you. Councillor Macarini, as chair of the committee as it stands at the moment, do you wish to make any comment before we go, Ida? Deputy Chair, sorry.
That's right. Just comment that, just to give my fellow councillors some assurance that there's been a lot of thinking and mahi and conversations going into this, and I strongly support what's been proposed here.
Thank you. Questions, Councillor Duffy.
Thank you. I have a question relating to recommendation 5, where it says request officers provide details on how co-chairs would work to a future council meeting. The word would there suggests to me there's sort of one definitive way that you would advise on. Is that the intention, or are you planning to come back with some sort of options or choices on how it could work, in which case should that would be could?
Through the chair, yes, that is could. We're looking at providing options for discussion.
I'm going to move amendment, foreshadowing, to change the letter W to C.
Thank you. I don't think we'll accept that amendment. We'll just change it. Councillor Free.
Yeah, so just a question about the iwi representation. So I see that we're going to agree to provide or give effect to mana whenua representation, but I also see that it's up to 6 mana whenua representatives. Is that what we're actually agreeing to?
Through the chair, we're agreeing to amend in terms of reference to allow for the invitation of up to 6 mana whenua representatives to the committee, plus alternates.
Okay.
One from each 6.
Okay, so A directly relates to point 8, which is on the next sort of section. Okay, it was not entirely clear to me what we were agreeing to. Thank you for clarifying.
Councillor Elder.
Can you clarify if those representatives will have full voting rights on the committee?
I think that's, through the chair, that's something that needs to be worked through with the terms of reference, but they would be envisaged to be decision makers on the committee, but not decision makers in terms of the council. All decisions would need to come back up through to the council for decision making.
Any further questions from councillors? Councillor Tupou.
Just for further clarification to Councillor Elder's question is, for me, is that the committee members are forming the recommendations for council to ratify.
Through the chair, yes.
Councillor Gaylord.
Thank you. And I know it's not being decided today, but with regard to paragraph number 23 about future implications for the remuneration, and in preparing that report, do you intend to make it that payment will be on a basis of attendance?
So the report that will come through on the financial implications will come through Democratic Services and will be in line with our policies around the remuneration of council and committees. So that detail will come through with that report.
Okay, so clarification, Nigel, do you know what that policy is currently? Is it when attendance or?
Well, when the paper comes through from Dem Services, I think that'll be the opportunity to debate how there's a way of recommendation around remuneration, which will be consistent with all other remuneration, which I stand to be corrected by Luke here, but I don't think is a payment only on participation. It's a payment for being a member of a committee, but I'm going to check with Luke. I might have that wrong.
I think the answer is there is no one structure for how we pay members of other appointees to committees. We have done it in different ways for different committees, depending on the subject matter. For instance, in the Wellington Regional Leadership Committee, the chair is paid an honorarium plus expenses, whereas in other places, a payment is done on a meeting attendance amount. So there are choices available to council of which route you would like to go.
Mr. Lucas, would you like to add to that?
The policy states that it's up to council to decide, so that will come through the next report. It also states that the standard is a meeting fee plus mileage or reimbursement of public transport costs, but there is the opportunity for council to decide other remuneration if it considers it appropriate.
Does that answer your question, Councillor Gale?
Yes, thank you.
Any other, Councillor Duffy, then Councillor Free. Oh, sorry, Councillor Free, then Councillor Duffy. Whoa.
I guess I heard something about a report coming back with some suggestions about remuneration and voting rights, but we are actually agreeing that here to make structure to amend the terms of reference. So I'm not sure if we know enough yet to actually agree to amend the terms of reference. I'm just saying it's not entirely clear from this what we're actually going to be agreeing to.
Rich?
Through the chair, my understanding is that we need agreement from the council to amend the terms of reference to then build the associated advice and recommendations around how that will look. So this is creating the policy setting that allows us to then move into that space.
Okay, so you're going to do some draft terms of reference, which then come back to the council. So should it say draft some terms of reference? I'm just not sure we're in a position to actually be agreeing. I'm just saying I'm really supportive of this, but I just want to know what we're actually agreeing to.
Just a moment. I think Councillor Free has a good point that perhaps this number 4 needs to be tightened up a wee bit. We have on the speaking list Councillor Duffy after that, and then Councillor Saw. I believe. No, okay. Brett, do you have a comment with regards to tightening up that amending terms of reference?
Through the chair, yeah, happy to tighten up around the wording. I think making sure it aligns with our democratic services and the processes that they're running is the key thing there. So I might pass to democratic services.
Through the chair, if I could maybe assist the council. I mean, if you wanted to change recommendation 4, you could agree to amend the terms of reference for the committee to provide options for mana whenua representation, including any associated structural procedural changes required to support appointments, and to provide options for a co-chair arrangement. So that would give some direction, but enable you to come back with some choices for council. That's another alternative you could consider.
We can't use the word draft here
No.
because they are not currently draft. They are approved.
Right. All right, Councillor Free, we can't use the term draft in the terms of reference because they're not draft, they are already approved. So we need to amend the approved terms of reference that we have. So, Luke, can you just again say what you said, please, so we can...
So I was essentially just replacing the beginning of A and B with the words provide options. So provide options for mana whenua representation, etc., and provide options for a co-chair arrangement, etc.
Actually, personally, I'm comfortable enough with B. I think that one is clear. It was just more the sort of obvious things that need to be thought through still about the mana whenua representation.
Right, so we're going to provide options for A, and you're comfortable with
I'm personally
B.
comfortable with co-chair. I think that seems straightforward. But
is the meeting comfortable with that change, Councillor Macarini?
I just have a question around that. I'm not sure if Luke or Brett or who may be able to answer that. But if we did that, or Tanya maybe, if we did change it to provide options for, is that going to kind of put a bit of a delay in terms of having mana whenua at the table to be able to actually work through the more substantial structure of the, work through the options, I guess? would be my question, because I think that this was, the intention was to have a policy change so that we could effectively bring mana whenua to the table and say that we will be having representation, but what that looks like would be the next step. Yeah, so that's
Can we come back to that, because Councillor Duffy was in a hiatus?
Yeah, so my question was along the lines of this questioning. Normally when we amend terms of reference, we see the terms of reference in the wording that we're actually writing. So I'm picking up a level of discomfort with amending terms of reference when we don't actually know what those words are.
Yep.
And there's a question mark of whether these members are decision-making members on that committee or not, as Councillor Elder referred to. That needs to be explicit in our agreement, and it's not at the moment. So I don't know how we resolve this, because we probably want to move on with this, but we also need to do this properly. Was that a question? No, it wasn't. Sorry.
How do we do this? How do we do this? Right, can we just get a bit of structure back here, please? Councillor Connolly.
So my suggestion, just reminding us that this paper had actually been workshopped at the Te Tiriti Committee. And my understanding very much was that mana whenua representation was going to have decision-making rights at the Te Tiriti Committee, but then any decisions made by Te Tiriti would have to be further confirmed by council where they don't have a seat. So that's my understanding. In line with that, can we amend 4 to say agrees to the terms of to change the terms of reference for Te Tiriti Committee to give effect to mana whenua representation, something about in a decision-making capacity, full stop. Then B, provide for a co-chair arrangement. And then 5 can be amended to request officers provide details of how the co-chairs would work, and then any associated procedural changes required for the mana whenua representation. Because we do need more information on how that mana whenua representation is going to work, specifically with respect to remuneration and other things. But my understanding is at Te Tiriti we already agreed to have mana whenua representation and for them to have voting decision-making rights at the Te Tiriti Committee. So that's just reflecting the decision that was made at the Te Tiriti Committee.
I believe we're getting some advice from Francis from above.
Yeah,
he's online.
Lucas will put some wording on the screen.
Sorry?
Lucas will put some wording on
Yeah.
the screen.
Mr. Lucas, sorry about that, is going to put some words on the screen. So just talk quietly amongst yourselves for a moment or two. Gabriel, could you give us a song?
No, it's coming. So it's on the screen now.
Right. All right. Okay, we have on the screen some proposed amended wording. Are we comfortable with that? Oh. Councillor Duffy.
Question about that.
Where is it different?
Maybe just including options, because we actually need the specifics for that meeting, not just an outline. Like we need to have this is the wording or this is the wording, and we need to vote on the actual words, not an outline of them.
Right, are we comfortable? Councillor Tupou?
Just a question procedurally on, would the options not be considered first at Te Tiriti Committee, and then once the committee seals on the final recommendation, that comes up to full council? Therefore, my question, in other words, are options coming straight up to council, or are they actually going to the committee?
under this, they would be going straight to council, which will be, given the timing, would be quicker, I imagine. Councillor Macarini, do you have a Titiriti committee meeting? No. So if it was to go to Titiriti first, it's going to take longer. Councillor Connolly?
I guess I have concerns that the fact that mana whenua had decision-making abilities was agreed at Titiriti, and that's not being reflected through here. And I don't think it's appropriate to have that as part of the decisions that are reopened through the optionality that's provided.
Carl?
Through the chair, just to draw attention to paragraph 31A, which talks about if the council approves the recommendation of the report, the next steps would be a report will be provided to council meeting on the 14th of May, providing for amendments to the Te Waitangi Committee terms of reference. For your last paper that you just approved, you agreed amendments in relation to the role of the Tiriti Committee for Mana Whakahono, and that paper also said that the paper would come more formally on the 14th of May with the specific changes to the terms of reference. So just to draw your attention to that, there is a Tiriti Committee on this 12th of May, which is 2 days before the proposed council meeting. That would provide a short time frame for going through there, but that's also an option.
2 days would be pretty tight, but I guess but if the papers had already gone out, there would be an opportunity to signal a change. Yeah. Yes. All right. I guess where we're up to, and given paragraph 31, we are at a situation where we can vote on recommendations in front of us on the screen, which I can only partly see because I've got bits and pieces in the way, but never mind about the technology. Do we have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Duffy and Councillor James. Thank you, gentlemen. Do either of you wish to speak? No? No. Does anybody else wish to speak? I'll put the recommendation. Sorry? Oh, Councillor Elder, my apologies.
My recollection of the treaty meeting was completely different to Councillor Connolly's. I do not recall at any stage that we agreed that none of the representatives on the committee would have voting powers. So as it stands, I'm going to vote against this because there's clearly, and it's nothing to do with the fact that it's mana whenua or the treaty committee. It's the fact that we are risking bringing unelected officials into a position of responsibility. Who are unaccountable to ratepayers or the electorate. So I think we need to actually achieve greater clarity on what we're voting for rather than approving.
Thank you, Councillor Elder. Does anybody else wish to speak? Councillor Macarini.
Kia ora, no, everybody. I won't talk too long, but I think that perhaps we may need to kind of work through some of these. Like, it's good we actually need to work through some of these understandings of what, what everything means. Because although I understand that my understanding is that the proposal was that we would have mana whenua as full members of the committee, and that they would, as such, have kind of a decision-making role at the committee level. But the committee, and I believe that Francis kind of outlined this when we asked the question around the co-chairs, that the committee is essentially not a decision-making committee in terms of what the council. So I think clarification around that and what it actually means might be quite helpful if we can get that through, because essentially they would have decision making on recommendations to council.
I can provide clarity to that question now. We can get more advice because this paper under the current recommendations will come back, so the full council will have the opportunity to discuss this again. But that is exactly right what Councillor Macarini said. The council cannot subdelegate its decision-making ability to any committee. If you retain those rights, which you currently are, in your current structure, the council makes any decisions. So the committee could recommend, and the committee members could be part of recommending to council certain things for a council to make a decision. So the delegations are really, really clear. That could be made clear when we bring a paper back, that there's a process now to bring this back to full council. Well, that is correct, and it's come up a couple of times. That is what is happening in terms of membership.
Thank you, Nigel. Councillor Gale.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just following on from the comments, just to say that I think in terms of the terms of reference coming forward to the next meeting, it would be assist us for our understanding and our decision making at that point, to see what are kind of a clarity around what the delegations are, because that's what the terms of reference, and we're sort of fairly new into the term, looking to see what this newly shaped committee will do, but also mindful of, so for people who are new councillors around the table, that is, at the end of the day, the terms of reference is very much the most important thing there is the delegations, and also that those committee members understand the scope of their delegations, because that can be where there's kind of potential risk for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gale. Councillor Free.
I just really want to thank everybody for taking the time, elected members and staff, for taking the time to put up what I think is a much improved proposal for us to endorse. I would probably encourage my council colleagues to vote for this, because without it's going to be, I think, a positive thing for us to go down this track with some options, and then to be able to discuss actual options, and hopefully vote for something. I know from my experience on Wellington City Council how much value was brought to our table by having mana whenua representatives. The perspective they bring is actually really valuable, and in terms of some of the concerns that have been raised, I think it's very helpful to have had it clarified that in fact, any advice that comes forward will still be a recommendation to council as an elected body to vote on. So I really would like to just thank everyone for taking the time to really get the words right here, and I'm very comfortable with where we landed.
Thank you, Councillor Free. Councillor Tupou, and my apologies for bumping you down the
Thank you,
list.
Madam Chair. Firstly, I think to clarify that we're not making a decision today, we're commissioning officers to come back with more clarity. It's procedural. So I think we save the debate of the merits, etc., for that time in May. And then secondly, I would like officers to look into, as they probably will anyway, what are the examples that already exist and the precedents that's already been set. I've been a member of a whaitua committee, which had powers to recommend up to full council, and I was a community representative. We also had mana whenua representatives. So this is nothing new. It would be helpful, I think, to some of our new members, councillors, to see some of those examples that have existed in the past. Kia ora.
Yeah, kia ora. We can certainly do that. In fact, this council probably 10 or 12 years ago set up a very similar process around the development of our entire regional planning framework, Te Puketaia, and the construct was pretty much precisely the same, where there was a group of councillors and a group of mana whenua representatives based around our current affiliations with our mana whenua, so it's effectively a 6 and 6 type of arrangement again. That group was established to develop our planning documents with an ability to recommend to council for those documents to be adopted. The decisions lay with council, so it's a very, very similar thing. And in fact, the construct of the Te Ture Committee, in terms of what we've been asking it to do, is in some respects significantly less significant, because it's got a different terms of reference, whereas Te Puketaia was actually designed to deliver statutory documents. It worked really well.
Thank you, Nigel. Councillor Johnson.
I support this recommendation, but for slightly different reasons. I feel often when I listen around the table, I hear comments like, we have consulted with mana whenua support this. and we hear comments about the treaty. And what concerns me is what we don't hear comments about is true partnership from an economic perspective, from an employment perspective, from mana whenua post-settlement and aspirational outcomes that they might be looking for, and opportunity with, when I think of the many opportunities we actually have as a regional council to partner in an absolutely meaningful way that would actually help our future, to help our rangatahi to have more jobs, to improve the economy, to actually help this region. I don't think we can get that unless we have mana whenua around the table, and that I know they're here and I know that they're involved and we have decent discussions. I've sat on too many things where it's used very loosely, and so I look forward to them being at the table, being able to work with them and to have a very open mind to what the potential and the possibility is for the future in partnership. So I will be voting for this.
Kia ora, thank you. No further councillors wish to speak? We have a mover and a seconder, so I will put the recommendations as per what is on the screen. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Thank you. Thank you for the excellent discussion. Right, number 11, appointment of local authority members to advisory bodies. Sorry? You're happy to move, and Councillor Gaylor is happy to second it, third it, fourth it. There are no questions? No. So I will put the recommendation. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Number 12, appointment to Wellington Regional Strategy Committee. Leadership Committee, rather. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Duthie, or was that Councillor James? Councillor Duthie. Seconder. Councillor Rhodes. Are you happy to second that?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Just making sure you're still with us, buddy. Any questions? No. All those in favour, please say aye. Oh,
sorry. Recommendation 7 resolves that these appointments cease the day of the next triennial local government elections. What happens if the government moves ahead with their local government reform proposals and fire us all before the next local government elections?
I'll put legislation in place that wipes us all out.
Thank you.
Okay, all those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Item 13, work programme for finance and audit. Finance is between us and lunch. Just saying. However, it is vitally important, so. Councillor Saw, are you leading this, or no?
Oh, I
Jacob.
can lead it. Yeah. Through the chair, we're tabling the work program for the Finance Audit and Risk Committee for 2026. The council agreed as part of the terms of reference to require council to or require FRAC to seek input from council on its work program. The work program for the 26 financial annual calendar year is attached, and if you refer to the FRAC workshop section, you'll see that some of the items that have already been discussed as part of council today do appear as part of those deep dive workshops there. We are looking to seek your agreement on the tabled work program for FRAC, and provide your agreement that covers the committee's responsibilities as per the terms of reference. I'm taking the paper as read and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor James?
I was just wondering if the chair of the committee had any reflections that she would like to give on the proposed work program.
Well, I'll say that we came up with it in conjunction with some of the hopes and aspirations of the previous council's FRAC committee, and we've been faithful to that, as well as some of the challenges in front of us. I just wanted to draw particular attention to the deep dives that are in the attached document, one particularly looking at climate change impacts on insurance. And that's particularly pertinent given some of the weather events that are happening around the Motu, as well as some of the responsibilities and liabilities we may have for so long as we exist as a regional council. But also the forthcoming deep dive, which I think will hopefully provide my council colleagues some assurance around how we undertake our capital program, given there's quite a number of those matters to discuss in our in the rest of this agenda. But happy to take questions between Jacob and I.
Thank you, Councillor Saw. Do we have any questions from councillors? Excuse me. No questions. So, Councillor Saw, will you be moving our recommendation? Oh, sorry. Oh, you're seconding. Councillor Saw and Councillor Free. Do either of you wish to speak?
Just to say that the work of audit and risk is interesting, believe it or not. And if anyone wants to listen in, please do. For example, one of the points that was made on our 24th of February meeting was really the importance of spatial planning in terms of trying to make sure we don't create future risks in terms of climate change liabilities, by building houses in the wrong place. So there's lots of things that come to us that are intrinsically quite interesting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Free. If there's no further discussion, I'll put the motion recommendations. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against, carried. Thank you very much. And the second one, the Chair's report. Councillor Saw.
I will take the report as read, but just a couple of highlights as this is to inform the council of the activities at the Finance, Risk and Audit Committee, and to provide an assurance that we are discharging our responsibilities under our terms of reference that has been approved by council. And just to note that the timings of the report will be closer to better sequenced as we go on in the term. So noting that this report is from a meeting that was held on the 24th of February, but it's only coming to you here in April, with our forthcoming May meeting that will be closer to the consequent council meeting. In terms of particular highlights from me as chair, just in terms of the annual reports around the modified audit opinions, I guess that's moving in the right direction from where it has been the last few annual reports from audit in terms of their qualified opinions and unmodified opinions around Scope 3 emissions, which is the fact that the auditing universe itself hasn't got the correct standards. So it's not a case of something that we're doing wrong, but more that they haven't invented the standards yet, even though they've been really good at making them since the time of Thomas Cromwell. But it is moving in the right direction. The two particular paragraphs I'd like to highlight is paragraph 16, and I just want to acknowledge the work of the Ali's team around introducing a new rating management system, which will give us a lot more assurance on how we just make it more we'll make a very, very complicated system a lot smoother for our staff to be able to work through. And just to highlight that we had an independent audit and report on our manual system prior to that, and the PwC who completed that review were satisfied with our manual controls at the time, and so we should theoretically not see any change in terms of our practice and process, but we'll have better technology to be able to do that. And to pick up the point Councillor Free made around our deep dive around climate impacts and insurance, it would be wise of us to look at that with some of the forthcoming material from our flood risk team and emergency management team of some of the responsibilities and liability we will have as a regional council around those insurance risks around floods and landslides and so forth. Happy to take questions.
Thank you, Councillor Saw. Any questions? No, that's an information paper only. So our last paper before we break is the finance report. And thank you, Jacob. Welcome, Ashwin. And friend.
Thank you, Chair. So this paper presents the financial results of the Council for the 8 months ended February 2026. Council has made an operating surplus of $67.2 million against a budgeted surplus of $78.8 million. The revenue, operating and capital expenditure variances to budget are summarized on pages 232 and 233 of the report. The full year forecast numbers will be provided next month as part of the Q3 reporting. So that will give us a better indication of what our year-end position would look like. Currently, the overall funding position is a balanced budget. And if there are any surpluses at year-end, we will come to you in terms of either transferring it to reserves or rebudgeting it or redirecting it to any higher fuel costs which may come up in the next few months. Metlink's forecast deficit is around $5 million. And again, at year-end, if things don't improve, we'll again come and talk to you about how to manage it and whether it'll be debt funded or reserve funded. I'll take the paper as read and we are happy to take any questions.
Questions, Councillor James.
I was just wondering if you could expand a bit more on the likely impacts of the current fuel crisis, given the reporting period ends at 28 Feb, which, if I recall correctly, was before that all began. But I don't know, all the weeks seem to be blurring into each other, so I could be wrong.
To the Chair, the current issue with the rising fuel costs, we have been looking at it, and currently indications are it's going to be a few $1,000s, but it's still early days. So we are still looking at whatever our suppliers and contractors will be sending us through invoices, and it'll be dealt with on a case-by-case basis. So that's something that we are looking at, closely monitoring and providing an update to you.
I think maybe Tim wants to come up and have a chat about it.
Parting of the waves.
Sorry, folks. Through you, the Chair. There are some quite significant impacts on fuel prices for particularly our bus contracts. As you'll be aware, 75 to 80% of our fleet still runs on diesel, and those costs will be passed directly through from our operators. The commercial team's done a bit of analysis, and to date we're looking at around $100,000 per week additional cost on the bus contracts. On the upside, we are seeing an upswing in patronage, so the fare shortfall may not be necessarily as large as we first envisaged, but there is clearly a very large uplift in operating costs, the timing of which may be delayed. A number of our service contracts only index quarterly, so it may take 3 to 4 months for those costs to come through, but those costs will be coming through shortly.
Follow up on that, with the NCTA indexing of costs and whatnot, have they said that yes, they are up for meeting the current spike?
Through you, the Chair, in terms of the methodology for the indexing that's being discussed at the moment, because a number of our operators want to bring that indexing to monthly because they don't want to wait 3 months to be essentially repaid. In terms of funding for that uplift, that's an ongoing discussion with central government. There may be some announcements made this afternoon in that regards.
Councillor Johnson, can you just turn your mic off, please?
Oh,
I didn't know. Thank you. Councillor Free?
Has it always been the case that we take the risk for changes in fuel price? And in which case have we ever had refunds if fuel's gone cheaper than the long run average?
Through you, the Chair, no, they're not ratchet contracts. So if the fuel price goes down, so will the price of those contracts. So the indexation indices they use is called the diesel index, and if the diesel index goes down, so will the price charged to Metlink.
So the risk of fuel fluctuations in the price of fuel actually falls on the regional council?
Correct. So that risk falls on the regional council. NZTA will pay 51% of that if we are within our funding envelope, but essentially the cost does fall on us, at least 49% of it.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further, thank you, Tim. Any further questions from councillors? Ashwin, I just have one around the capital delivery, because we already millions under budget, and every year we're millions under budget, I guess just for a variety of reasons. But how will that affect our capital? Is capital projects we borrow mostly, don't we? So if we're not borrowing because we're not doing the capital projects, how is that, do you think? I know it's a bit of future crystal ball gazing, but how do you think that's going to help us, aside from the fact that we're not doing these projects that we intended to do?
Through your chair, usually with the capital expenditure projects, as you rightly pointed out, they are all debt funded. So if we are not spending, we are not borrowing. At the same time, there's a bigger focus every year with how we actively manage the projects and what's the phasing around it. So that helps us when we are rating the community. So at the moment, there is a lot of work done in terms of trying to accurately forecast what our capital spend will be over the entire term of the project.
Mm-hmm.
And the more we improve in that phase, the more accurate will be our reporting and our rating.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Connolly?
Just a question from me, it says here lower Te Aki Wai implementation costs. I know that's not true. In fact, the transition costs are one of the things that Te Aki Wai has had to recalibrate as part of their new water services strategy. So it must be a timing issue rather than actually lower costs. And I'm wondering, is that expecting to be resolved by the end of the financial year when those transition costs come through?
Chair, I think I'm looking at Julie, who's not here, who has a better idea of where things are at.
Can we perhaps come back to you on that one, Councillor Connolly? Thanks. If there's no further questions from councillors, no, thank you. It's for information only. So thank you very much. Now, just before we break for lunch, we will put the resolution to exclude the public. Do I have a movement? Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Elder. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against, carried. Okay, we will break for lunch. For those on line 20 to 1, half an hour for lunch. Okay, cool. Thank you. Right, we're good to go. Right, councillors, we have an extra item to add to the agenda, which is item number 27. It is an update on the fuel crisis and effects on public transport. We'll be hearing from Tim Shackleton. Are we all happy with that? Nobody is opposing that item on the agenda? So I need to read. We are recommending that the Understanding Orders 3.5.5, an oral report on fuel implications for Metlink, is dealt with at this meeting. This report is not on the agenda for this meeting, as the reason why it is not on the agenda is because it relates to information just received today. Discussion cannot be delayed, as we will need to arrange for the necessary changes to be made if required before the next scheduled council meeting, and this additional report will be dealt with in public excluded business as per section 272I of the Local Government Official Information and Meetings Act 1987. Do I have a mover and a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Duffy and Councillor Saw. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Mr. Shackleton.
We're just going to go into excluded.